Kedves hölgyeim és uraim!
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everyone. Warm welcome to the CRAFTS Code workshop in the name of the Budapest Foundation for Enterprise Promotion. This is going to be the public CRAFTS Code Dissemination workshop. It is an international conference. Thank you very much for being here. And hereby, I would like to welcome those guests who are following us online. And also, I would like to ask you to applaud the Mayor of Budapest, Mr. Gergely Karácsony. And also from Finland, the chairperson of the Cultural Board, Sanna Halonen. Also representing the Budapest municipality, Mr. Gábor Kerpel-Fronius, Vice Mayor for Smart City and Inclusion. And also from the Budapest Foundation for Enterprise Promotion, Márton Ilyes, President of the Board of Trustees. Thank you very much for being here. I am Ádám Rózsás. I'm going to be the moderator today. If I can help you in any way, feel free to ask me. Today's conference is organized because in August 2019, we launched a project named CRAFTS Code. And in this project, which is an EU Interact project, by the way, supported by the European Regional Development Fund, all together from 6 countries, Italy, Hungary, Ireland, Finland, Bulgaria, and Spain. So from these countries, altogether 10 partners joined their forces to support SMEs working in the crafts sector and to improve their competitiveness. The name of the project is CRAFTS Code, and it is an abbreviation of a longer expression. And the first section of the project will be closed on the 31st of July 2022, and today's conference would like to introduce what we have done in the first phase, and we want you to have the materials accessible. So this is the goal of today, and let's look at today's agenda. We'll have 2 parts today. In the first part, we are going to listen to presentations and also a panel discussion. And in the second part of the day, there's going to be an exhibition, and we are also going to have some workshops. But let's check out the first part. So in the first block, we will have welcome speeches. And then we are going to listen to the keynote speech of today's conference, and then we are going to listen to the summary of a pilot project in Florence. Then we'll have a coffee break for about half an hour. Then we'll come back. And between 10:30 and 12, we are going to check out the action plans of the project. From 12 o'clock, we'll have lunch until 1 p.m. And after 1 p.m., we are going to have a panel discussion. At 1:30, we are going to start with the workshops. Before handing over to the speakers, I just would like to tell you that if you haven't had done so, please turn off your mobile phones. And if you are listening to the simultaneous interpretation, please leave the devices here in the room. So when you go out for the coffee break, because sometimes, you put it in your bags and you leave, and it wouldn't be nice. So please leave them on the chairs. You find the toilets outside. If you walk in front of the simultaneous interpreters, you will find the toilets there, and if you smoke, please do that outside the building. So this was the technical information, and let's start the line of welcome speeches. I would like to ask the Mayor of Budapest, Mr. Gergely Karácsony, to come up to the stage and hold his welcome speech, and please applaud him. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to be very brief. I don't want to take away precious time from important discussions. 1.5 years ago, maybe you remember that there was a big ship stuck in the Suez Canal, and a lot of ships congested there at a place where 12% of the world economy is accumulated there, and within minutes a lot of money was lost in trade because of that. And this drew our attention to that exposedness of which is, for example, you can see in capitalism. Of course, after the pandemic, we suffered a lot. These very complicated supply chains suffered a lot. And now we have the war in Ukraine, so it is worth thinking things over. But also there's another tendency there, mainly in cities. We start to discover the wheel again. And we realize that old things can be very new. For example, you can use the bicycle in the city, or a staple food can also be produced locally. It is not sure that you need to use chemicals, and you can have healthy food locally. And it is the same goes for the industry. More and more people trying to find and use crafts products, and I think maybe we should give more protection to craftsmanship and these products. For a lot of people, it is something completely new, a new sector, and I think that this project, which is making the crafts sector more competitive, which is about helping those creators who create products in a way that they do the whole supply chain. With this, we support reducing our ecological footprint. So it is about rediscovering something old, and it does not mean that we are closing up and we are not curious about what other nations do. We would like to give the most professional marketing to these products. We are curious about other countries, and with this project, we would like to find a way round in this unsustainable current world. So I think that this is a very likable thought, and I'm very happy that this project was launched. I'm very happy that we have reached the end of the first phase and we are able to talk about our experiences. Thank you very much for your work, and I wish you a fruitful conference. Thank you very much, Mayor of Budapest. In connection with the program, we would like to hand over a little present to the Mayor, and we would like to say thank you for your speech and for accepting our invitation. It's very beautiful. Thank you very much. This is a Hungarian crafts product. Thank you very much.
Köszönöm szépen. Most pedig Federico Giannassi gazdaságfejlesztésért felelős.
The floor is given to Federico Gianassi, representing Florence, Deputy Mayor of Florence, Florence Municipality, in a video message.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Federico Gianassi, Deputy Mayor of the Municipality of Florence, in charge for the economic development and finance. And I'm really honored to have the possibility to contribute to this final dissemination event on the behalf of the Municipality of Florence, lead partner of the CRAFTS Code Consortium. I was supposed to be there in Budapest with all of you, but unfortunately some institutional commitments required my presence in Florence, exactly in these days dedicated to the event. First of all, I would like to thank the Municipality of Budapest and its Mayor, Mr. Gergely Karacson, as well as the Vice Mayor for Smart City Inclusion, Mr. Gabor Kerpel-Fronius. And I would like to thank as well our hosting partner, the Budapest Foundation for Enterprise Promotion, and the President of the Board of Trustees, Mr. Marton Ilyes, who organized these 2 days dedicated to the craft sector and to the dissemination of craft code experience. The Municipality of Florence is really proud to lead this international consortium made of different institutional, business and academic partners coming from Finland, Italy, Spain, Hungary, Belgium, Ireland and Bulgaria. The craft sector is an important part of the creative industries and of Europe's creative economy. It makes a vibrant contribution to the wider economy linked to tourism, food, design, and enriching our cultural experience. That's why a group of 9 European partners decided in 2019 to present a project idea based on efforts made by the partners countries for the implementation of policies and projects supporting the competitiveness and the scaling up potential of SMEs belonging to the craft sector, in order to innovate it and mitigate the risk of disappearance of many traditional crafts and manufacturing. This was the birth of the Crafts Code project finances in 2019 under the 4th and last call of Interreg Europe program. After 3 years of cooperation, we are now approaching the end of phase 1, dedicated to the learning process, and we are preparing our context to put in practice what we have learned from each other. All partners' action plans have been approved by the program authority, and this is the great success, I think, for the Crafts Code project. Now in Budapest, we are the opportunity to be intensely involved in the Hungarian crafts experience, learning new features and approach useful for the future cooperation. I wish you very fruitful and inspiring days. Looking for welcome all of you in Florence next year for the final Crafts Code event.
Thank you very much for the video, and I would like to ask now Ms. Sanna Halonen from Finland to hold her welcome speech, and please big applause for her.
Dear friends and colleagues, so nice to see everyone again, this time in beautiful and historical Budapest. I would like to thank the Crafts Code project, the City of Budapest, and the Budapest Foundation for Enterprise Promotion for the invitation to Crafts Code Public Dissemination Workshop. Last November, we met in Madrid, and Europe was much different back then. We were in the middle of a worldwide pandemic, but with vaccinations we were looking forward to more stable times, knowing that the pandemic would still be part of our lives for a long time. We would just have to learn to live with it. Still, the future was looking brighter. Unfortunately, today we have a whole new tragedy facing Europe. During unstable times, the value of cooperation and common projects bring Europeans together. We need to connect, listen to each other, and work together to support one another and to bring unity to this beautiful continent of ours. We all have to do our part in that. Let me tell you how. There are 51 countries in Europe. In spite of Europe's small size, second smallest continent in the world, we have a long, complex history with a huge variety of cultures and traditions. There can be several different habits, traditions, practices, even inside just one country. You can see that, for example, in Finland. The country is full of lakes that divide it to eastern and western Finland. It is also a very long country. Even the climate is much different in the north than it is in the south, let alone the people. The Sami people of the north and the Swedish-speaking West Coast population with its own peculiar culture. Finland is just one example. Think about how different the northern Italy is versus the southern Italy, or the diversity of people in Great Britain with Scottish countryside in the north and hectic city life in London in the south. There are numerous examples. We have a large variety in languages too. European Union alone has 24 official languages. Most European languages belong to Indo-European language family, and yet there are 45 million Europeans who speak languages from other language groups, for example, Uralic and Turkic language families. In spite of all the different people inside a relatively small region, we have been able to live peacefully and in cooperation for quite a long time now. Probably the most important foundation to free and stable Europe is European Union. It was founded not only to tie the national industries together, but to make the future wars between European nations less likely. So EU is not only a trade union, but also a project to stabilize peaceful Europe. Today, EU is promoting democracy and human rights to create even more fair and stable world. We can all do our fair share by spreading knowledge about our own culture, getting familiar with our neighbors and people around us, and by promoting dialogue. One very important way to do that is art. It is possible to experience art without knowing the language, the culture behind it, or the people who have created it. Art crosses boundaries. Arts and crafts don't only bring joy to people who experience it. It also heals the people who create it. This is what is so fascinating about art. It brings people together in a spectacular way. You can be from a completely different culture, but at the same time, you can feel the soul of a person who is the creator of the piece of art that you're experiencing, holding, or seeing. Art can be a tool to make us feel empathy and to help us understand each other. Art can be our connector and a promoter of belonging. So I am thankful for this workshop that brings us all together today. I am expecting moments with all you creative and talented people. I hope you all understand how important your creations are to people around you, near and far. You make a difference in people's lives. So please, be proud of yourselves and the art you create, and stay connected. Like French artist Edgar Degas once said, "Art is not what you see, but what you make others to see." Thank you.
Köszönjük szépen Szala Halonennek is a köszöntő beszédet, és azt hiszem
Ms. Halonen, for the welcome speech, and we have a small gift to you, Sanna, as well. So.
You have also a present here for you. Még egyszer hadd kérjek egy nagy tapsot Szala Halonennek.
Please give a warm welcome and applause to Sanna, and thank you so much for the welcome speeches. And as I mentioned before, now we move to the keynote speech section of the conference. The first speaker will be the project manager from the municipality of Florence, so please welcome Carlotta Viviani with a warm applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm really thankful to be here, and now we go more deep into the technical part of our project and our workshop. I'm Carlotta Viviani, the project manager of Craft Code project for the municipality of Florence, and I'm really proud to be here after 3 years of learning process in which we had the opportunity to exchange ideas, experiences, and good practices. In our project, we selected more than 50 good practices available on our website and our platform, and half of them have been upgraded. Thank you. Half of them have been upgraded to the Interreg Europe platform. It means really that our contribution about craft sector has been seriously interpreted and delivered. The craft sector is an important part of the creative industries in Europe. And with our project, also stakeholders community have been enriched in each of our territories. And the Craft Code project gave a really inspiring impulse to the whole sector. All these aspects have been tackled by our partners in their respective action plans. And all action plans have been approved by the managing authority and by the program, the European program. And so we have the opportunity, starting from August 2022, to monitor impact and results. This is a great opportunity for all our territories and countries. During the project life, we had also the opportunity to present a pilot action. What it means? It means that Europe gave us the opportunity to experiment on the field, so on our territory, a concrete idea, a concrete project idea, before insert them in the action plan and deliver them to public. And the pilot action that has been approved, it calls Call for Craft. It has been inspired by the learning process and by other partners during the project. We have taken the inspiration from Ireland, from the Optimise program, and the pilot action has been financed by the Interreg Europe program. And we are really proud to have experimented this project in Florence. In fact, the pilot has been run by the municipality of Florence and by the School of Business Science and Industrial Technologies. But now the results of the pilot action are at your disposal, at partners' disposal. The pilot can be replicated, the pilot can be developed, ameliorated, improved, and we have the opportunity to do other things and develop other projects all together. So the pilot that we have tested wanted to improve a fast-tracked mentorship program to boost innovation in the craft sector in the COVID recovery period. The pilot action has been run in Florence, but now is a common result. So I would like to leave the floor to a more concrete contribution and to go into the pilot results, because it is thanks to all of partners that we succeed in the pilot and we reach the result. So all partners and territories can now benefit of this pilot in terms of the experience and expected result as well. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for the great contribution all of you gave to the project. Thank you.
Köszönjük szépen Carlotta
Thank you so
Vivianinak,
much,
hogy
Carlotta.
megtartotta a vitaindító beszédét, és akkor, ahogy
Thank you very much for
akkor
Carlotta
nézzük meg
Viviani.
egy pilotprojektnek
And now, as I have promised, we are going to check out the results of a pilot project. Warm welcome to Piero Baldesi, Business Sciences and Industrial School. So Yolanda Castellani is here with us, and she's going to talk about with the results.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. And good morning to everybody. I'm very grateful to be here. And so, according to the introduction of Carlotta, I present you our reality. So I'm Yolanda Castellana from Murate Dia Park. Murate Dia Park is a project of business administration and technology industrials that is a business school of Florence. And we are basically an incubator for startups. And what we did in this special call is just shift the focus of our action from startups to crafts. So please go. Yes. No. Oh, okay. Thank you. So just a quick step about our reality. We started in 2017 as a project based on a public and private initiative of Municipality of Florence, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Association of Industries of Florence, and the big metropolitan city of Florence. And as already introduced, we had the opportunity to run and to create this special call named Call for Craft. And here there is a quick timeline of our steps. We started in the August of 2021. And in 1 month, we collect all the application, and at the middle of October, we selected the 12 winners of the call, and who acceded to the next phases, in which they obtained training and mentorship. Now I will go deeply insight on the subject that these 12 winners will face it. And so it dealt with around 1 hour teacher hours, during which they face it concretely with all the subject related to the digital world. So they face it with the digital strategies, content marketing and personal branding, all the subjects that help them to know and improve their knowledge in order to face with the unique world where every one of us should be, that's it, online, marketing, social media. So, but moreover, apart the training process, they also had the opportunity to activate individual session of mentors. We have a community of mentors who provide their knowledge and share with us for free their knowledge and their expertise. So they had the opportunity to activate individual session with them, always related to this subject, to have more support and more advisory services related to, for example, digital marketing, creation of website, e-commerce, blockchain, circular economy, and so on. And yes, of course, so we did everything not alone. So we have to thank the association of the category, CNA Firenze, Artex, and Confartigianato. And we organized this special call, basically providing to the artisans training and mentoring. But we found we went beyond, and we find other collaboration, trying to provide them more than training and mentoring, but provide them also services. And this was possible with the collaboration with two important schools of our city. So it's Fondazione Studio Marangoni is a photography school, and Isia Design is a product development and designer school. And what they did with us, craftsmen met each, the Istituto Marangoni shared with us their students, and thanks to the capability of their students, each artisans had the opportunity to have their own photographer, and they run shootings with them. And this is our main building, because maybe someone of you don't know, but we have our offices in one of the ancient and old prison of our city. And so during January 22, we shared the photo did by student of Marangoni and exhibited for 1 month in our main building. The second step was also permit to the craftsmen to participate to this international handicraft exhibition in Florence. It's very, very important exhibition in their sectors, and we are already at the 86th edition, and thanks also to the supporting of Municipality of Florence, these craftsmen had the opportunity to share, to having their own stands, and that without the help of the municipality, for sure they would not have had the opportunity to be there because of the huge costs to taking part. So these are some photos about their products, and during this exhibition we decided to organize the award ceremony to certificate them as digital makers. So in the present, this is their certification, one of them, and at the present of the Deputy of Mayor of Florence and our President, Claudio Terrazzi, we delivered them their certification. It was a very, very emotional day. Every one of them received the certification, and these are our digital craftsmen living and active in Florence. But I want to conclude my my dissemination part with one that we consider a great success of our pilot action, and because our pilot action went further with our surprise, and this was possible because, of course, this special craftsman started from his own background, but with support, with our support, training, and mentoring, he was pushed to go beyond his limits. So one of our digital makers created his own metaverso and with his own avatar model, and these are some some of his creation, and one of these I'm wearing now, just right now, and he basically adapted his previous knowledge to our supporting, to our training, and now he can have his own avatar model, he can have a different shooting, and also he can have a different trial version of his jewels printing in 3D, and this can permit him to save time and costs. And here it's a quickly video, because he created his metaverse. So this is just right now his metaverse, and you can enter it. You can see every creation, every jewels you can easily handle with it, and you can choose the jewels that you prefer, and buy now the NFT shop. Buy now the NFT, and then receive the piece at home directly. So it's for us this is a very big result, because we helping this creative thinking open again their minds to arrive to this point. This is the NFT shop. As you can see, you can easily handle with everything and choose whatever you want. So we keep working hard for the future. Thanks a lot. And if you want to follow us, our other call, you can follow our channel social, and thank you so much.
Köszönjük szépen Jolanda
Thank you,
Castellánának is,
Yolanda
hogy
Castellana,
megtartotta a
for
beszédét és
her
bemutatta a
presentation
remek
and for
eredményeket
introducing
a
these excellent results from their
projektszül,
pilot
és
project.
bízunk benne, hogy
We very
mikor
much
a
hope
következő
that
fázisba
in the
lépünk
next
a
phase,
projekt,
when the project moves into the next phase, just the same excellent results will be born. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, we are now proceeding to a coffee break. So welcome all of you downstairs. So just walk down one flight of stairs, and you can treat you to some refreshments and coffee, of course. And as mentioned before, please leave your headsets and interpretation devices in the room. Don't take them with you. Two more things I want to, technical details. We placed some booklets, brochures about the good practices in the building, introducing enterprises, businesses and projects that succeeded. So please feel free to take any that you desire. Another important thing I wanted to point out, we were talking about the second part of the conference. We are going to have an exhibition and simultaneously workshops, two workshops that we planned. And you can sign on at reception for the workshops. One is basically about the studio for the leather craft, where you can make a telephone case or keyring, and the other one is an escape room experience. So if you're interested, you can sign on at reception. So ladies and gentlemen, let's open the coffee break and see you downstairs, and please be back at 10:30.
The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes.
Kedves hölgyeim és uraim, akkor folytassuk a
Ladies and
konferenciánkat.
gentlemen, let's continue the conference. I have to admit that I've never ever been at a conference where the audience was so accurate, back on time, so thank you so much. And as I have mentioned earlier, this block before lunch is going to be about checking out the action plans during the project. We are going to check out everything in general, and then country by country, everyone is going to introduce their action plans respectively. First of all, we are going to have a project video which is going to introduce you everything in general. Unfortunately, the interpreters cannot hear the voice of the video.
Knowledge and showcase the very best of European diversity. The stimulation of new policy learning has led to expertise in boosting business innovation, new market and finance access, and craft sector innovation. Through local stakeholder engagement, CRAFTS Code is also improving cooperation at an international level. As a result, we're enhancing SME, regional and national strategies, which is positively impacting the lives of those who work in the craft sector. CRAFTS Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode.
Thank you very much. So this was a video in general. Hilde Höfnagel originally wanted to come to the venue. Unfortunately, she is unable to be here, however, so we are going to listen to her presentation in a video, and in this presentation she's going to introduce the action plan in general. So the floor is Hilde's.
And welcome to this public dissemination workshop in Budapest. Due to a number of strikes at the Brussels airport, I cannot join you in these days, but thanks to the digital revolution, I can still share my ideas and findings with you. I have received and read all of your SWOT analysis, and I have tried to make a summary of them, or at least of the strengths and weaknesses of them, because the material I received from you was so vast that it was impossible to put it all in this short presentation. Anyhow, I would like you to consider this PowerPoint as kind of an introduction to your later presentations of the actual action plans. So you will find that not all of your information is included in this presentation. Nevertheless, I think that at the end the conclusions might be some inspiration for you for the panel conversation that will follow later. I started with our Spanish partner, and I found that the strengths of this partner lie in the following items. They say that a digital channel is clearly opening up. Also, crafts now have found their way to tourism, household and culture. Spanish products are known all over the world and they are valued. There is a good evolution in design and trends, especially with younger crafts entrepreneurs, and the whole sector has a certain adaptability to change. It means that it is fairly easy for this sector to change according to new trends in society. Remaining weaknesses over the 2 years of SWOT analysis are that there is still a lack of business skills in order to develop a business model, business strategy and management in crafts companies. There is still insufficient capacity of placing Spanish products in an international context, although the products are well known. Crafts businesses in Spain have a relatively small size, with all the certain consequences. And then in the end, there are a number of governmental and political decisions and situations which have an impact on the sector, but on which the sector has no impact itself, like for instance the decentralization of the region. It's just a situation that the Spanish entrepreneurs have to deal with. Our Finnish partner has built upon the already existing strengths like the skills and know-how, quality, ecology and commitment. They have added, however, 2 new items to this list. They say there are more existing providers of digital services in the region, and digitalization and social media are used as marketing tools, are used for more visibility of the crafts entrepreneurs, which will lead then to a better distribution of their products. However, in Finland there is still a lack of interest in handicraft, a fairly low appreciation of cultural heritage, little networking, a short-term business approach and a lack of branding. In Bulgaria we find that the strengths are, in the first place, the high-quality products. They also find that the younger generation is highly digitally skilled and willing to innovate. Marketing and advertising are relatively okay in Bulgaria, and at the local level they see that network is expanding. However, the remaining weaknesses are that for older entrepreneurs it seems to be difficult to enter new markets. There's also a lack of willingness to enter new markets, and insufficient efforts are being done to enter these markets. There is a relatively low degree of innovation, and there is a general uncertainty due to the consequences of the pandemic. And this is a fairly specific item since it's the only partner that writes it so clearly in the weaknesses. In Ireland, the strengths are numbered as follows. There is a new Designs and Crafts Council Ireland strategy published. A number of new recruitments have taken place, and there has been a development of the Crafts Innovation Toolkit and Crafts Specific Innovation Program. So they mention both a general state of the art, that is that crafts are definitely, let's say, more popular or more in the picture, thanks to which we have these new recruitments, for instance, and they also refer to what I have learned from the crafts project. Remaining weaknesses are, however, the limited budget, the not being financially independent of the crafts entrepreneurs, there is a limited decision-making autonomy and a low capacity for policy advocacy in Ireland. In Hungary, strengths are mentioned. First of all, there is a number of governmental and external initiatives, like for instance the government decree and law on Hungaricums, also the fact that folk crafts are exempt from tax. These are, let's say, governmental decisions from which the sector benefits, but on which the sector has no impact at all. Another strength is that crafts works are always better appreciated in time, so they have moved forward. The number of local markets and festivals has grown, rural tourism has increased, and there is more sustainability awareness. Weaknesses are that they still lack a definition of folk crafts. There is a lack of financing for family businesses, for startups. No investors choose for this craft sector. Masters in folk art cannot teach in national schools. These are, let's say, decisions from governments. or governmental instances, and they have an impact on the sector, although the sector itself cannot change anything about it. There is still an insufficient support for innovation in Hungary, and youngsters often don't want to take over the family business. And then, as a last item, they also mentioned the black and grey markets, which are obviously a threat for crafts businesses. In Italy, the strengths are that the management structure is fairly flexible. They are apt to work with new tourism after the pandemic. Uniqueness of products and the recognition of the Florentine and Tuscan craftsmanship. The creation of B2B platforms and a better use of digital and social media for promotion of their articles. The remaining weaknesses are that the digitalization has increased, but the digital strategy remains often a matter of attention. There is hardly any generational turnover, and or they keep repeating styles without innovating or adapting, so they stay with things as they are. There is not so much, let's say, an intrinsic motivation for innovation. There is hardly any plan for strategic diversification of channels. Micro and small enterprises are still afraid to invest in digital strategies. There is a lack of knowledge of foreign languages, even a lack of English, let's say, and the quality-price balance is not always competitive with other markets. My conclusions for the SWOT analysis that you sent in are that the craft sector has definitely evolved in these 2 years in a positive sense. The negative consequences of the pandemic have been mentioned explicitly only by one partner. There is a clear difference in approach in younger and older crafts entrepreneurs. The governmental decisions can decide in both directions. We have seen that for some partners, these decisions lead to strengths, and for others they lead to weaknesses. It is often hard to motivate the next family generations so that they would keep on the crafts business. In general, we can say that there is an improvement of digitalization. It was a necessity, of course, after the pandemic, but anyhow, there is an improvement of the digital skills of the partners in general. And then we also saw that entering new markets is not as simple as it seems. So with this in the back of our minds, let's now listen to the presentation of the action plans to hear more in detail about all of this. Thank you very much. Have a great meeting, and I will hear you and follow you in the course of these 2 days.
Thank you, Hilda Höfnager, for sending the video presentation to us and giving a summary of the presentation and the presentations and the action plans. And she made my life much more easy because already introduced the next topic, but let me also repeat. So now, after the video presentation, we're going to have presentations of the regional action plans by the individual countries. And probably go into more detail. And after each country and the presentation from the countries, you will have Q&A sessions. So we have some more microphones. And please, when you have a question, please wait for the microphone and speak into the microphone. Reason being, because online viewers need to hear your voice as well, and we have the interpreter colleagues working as well, and for that we need the microphone. So first we're going to have a presentation from Italy, then Hungary, followed by Ireland, Finland, Bulgaria, and Spain.
És akkor csapjunk is bele.
So, without further ado, I give the floor to the Italian representatives and give a warm welcome again to Carlotta Viviani.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we go now deep into the action plan. The action plan that the municipality of Florence and the School of Business Science and Technology Industry has presented. I would explain it to you now, but first of all, I would explain the methodology. The action plan is really to put in practice what we have learned. We have been experienced, we have been inspired by other partners, and then we have selected those good practices that mainly could be transferred to our territory. And in the action plan, we have tested these good practices and we have adapted them into our territories and into our context. First of all, the action plan from Florence is made by two main actions. The first of them is the call for craft, is the pilot. So Mrs. Castellana has already really deeply explained the aim and the goal of the good practice and the pilot action. We have already tested with great results. But I would like to tell you why and how we transfer this good practice into our territory, and so how this practice came to Florence. The inspiring good practice that we have taken as example comes from Ireland and is the Optimize program. We have learned and we have listened about Optimize in one of the very first meeting of the Craft Code project in the first year of our learning process. And the inspiration comes immediately because we found into the Optimize program the basis for what we were looking for, and we took the inspiration to adapt it into our territory, into our Florentine context. We analyzed the Optimize, we made a SWOT analysis, and thanks to Irish colleagues, we have tried to go deep into this good practice, into this experience, and we found out what we could improve or adapt or change, and in order to develop something more familiar for our territory. This good practice brings Irish design and craft to a global online audience, empowering innovative Irish brands to improve their online presence, and this was what we were looking for in Florence as well. So we try to improve and adapt the benefits from an extensive digital audit, and also to improve the digital marketing skills and propose them to our craft people. It was not so simple, so easy at the beginning, but thanks to the Murat Idea Park and the School of Business Science and Industrial Technology, we succeed in developing the call for craft. The first experience tested, and you have seen the results, so we are very proud of them. And we are looking for develop it again and maybe improve it in order to apply a sort of stable methodology to be offered to our craft sector. Because the digital skills, as we have seen and heard also from the SWOT analysis provided by our advisory partner, is something very, very important for the sector. Moreover, in the COVID period, the digital skills have been demonstrated that have been something that could save the craft sector in a very difficult period. And that's why, connected with the COVID period, we also develop an Action 2. The Action 2 is actually named Walking in Craft. What is it? It's some selected guided tour around workshops and laboratories of craft people in Florence, available on the official app and website of the Municipality of Florence dealing with tourism information. Feel Florence is the name of the website and the app as well. But where we found out this inspiration? The inspired good practice came from Spain. Talleres Abiertos, sorry for my Spain pronunciation, is an app made to locate the open atelier around the country. And the good practice, the experience, has been developed by Officio e Arte and supported by our partner Fundesarte. This second action aims to create crafts tour in the city of Florence. Why? Because we decided and we found really important to link, to mix, and to contaminate craft sector with tourism, especially in a city, a well-known city as Florence. Because in the COVID period, when tourists have disappeared, also the craft sector disappeared. Because tourism is a main target for the craft sector too. This is an added value, but is also very dangerous, because we know the importance to link the craft sector with the population, to improve the culture of craft. But we have also to face the real things and the reality. And the reality is that Florence is a craft and tourist city, and we cannot forget it. So we find out this opportunity to contaminate the craft sector with tourism. That's why we have generated a sort of geolocalized map in which all craft ateliers could be mapped and put online. But it's not enough. It's not enough to map them. What we have to improve is the storytelling. So we are developing some craft itineraries, always matched with a really inspiring storytelling, an unusual visit of Florence. You can visit Uffizi, you can visit Dome, you can visit the historic city center of Florence, but there is something more. There is also something unusual. You can feel the tradition, the craft, and the history of crafting people in Florence. The craft sector needs new contamination. That is why we consider fundamental to link it with tourism, especially in the city center, but not only in the city center. We developed the app in order to give to tourists, but also to citizens, the opportunity to discover how many craft itineraries could be found in Florence, not only in the city center, because remember that the very well-known city center of Florence is made of 5 square kilometers, but Florence is a city made of 100 square kilometers. And we consider important to promote all the city and all the territories around Florence in order also to enlighten the pressure, the tourist pressure in the city center, and to share also the tourist flows around the city. Thanks to Talleres Abiertos, we found out the idea to insert all these itineraries, all geolocalized itineraries, in the app. So you can find out what you are looking for, if you are looking for something special, or you just could be inspired by some new proposals that may make you visit the Florence in a different way. And in this sense, we promote the craft sector. We put evidence on the capabilities, on the tradition, on the technical skills of each atelier. And we provide also information, because sometimes you go to an atelier, you find it closed maybe, or you don't find it, or you don't know how it has been developed, or which is its history. So the storytelling is really important to explain the history of the tradition craft sector or of a people dealing with the craft sector. Each atelier can provide also information about experiences that you can do inside the atelier. You can book them, and you can make your experience in Florence, your visit in Florence, more excited and more different. So these were, first of all, the two main actions. So the call for craft in order to improve the digital sector, dealing with the craft sector, and the action two, the working in craft, in order to link and contaminate the tourism sector, so important for our city, with the craft sector. The first action, call for craft, has been already tested in the pilot, and the second action, the working in craft, we are developing now and will be monitored during the phase 2. So starting from August 2022, we will have the opportunity to monitor and test the action 2. So I think, thank you very much. I try to be short in order to leave the floor to all the other countries' action plan. I hope to have been clear, and I remain at your disposal for any kind of questions now or before or later, as you prefer.
Köszönjük szépen.
Thank you so much.
Köszönjük szépen.
Carlotta Viviani, thank you for your presentation. And as I have promised, now you have the opportunity to ask questions. My colleague is here with the microphone, so the gentleman would like to ask a question.
I would like to know what was the data source for the database, what you built behind the app and behind the portal, internet portal?
Okay, first of all, we are a public authority, so we made a public call in order to say, okay, craft SMEs, please, if you are interested in being part of this project, please give your authorization. And we ask for a lot of information, because sometimes, not sometimes, always it's very important to be clear with information, to provide specific information for tourists in this way, in this case. So we ask, for instance, daily hours. We ask if they provide experience for tourists. We ask if they are able to speak English, because in Florence, sometimes for the craft sector, especially for the not young generation, the language is a problem. So you cannot promote and sell an experience in your atelier if you are not an English speaker, for instance. So through this public call, we created a community. Firenze Creativa is a web community. You can join and visit it, in which we are still mapping all the craft atelier or the craft people interested in being part of this project. After that, with our redaction, we create itineraries. Sometimes the itineraries can be thematic, or some other times can be geographically connected. It depends from the itinerary, and it depends also from the experiences.
Köszönjük szépen. Bárkinek másnak egy kérdés esetleg? Carlotta Viviani.
Any further questions to Carlotta Viviani?
Jó, akkor köszönjük szépen.
If not, then thank you very much, and a big applause to her. Thank you very much for this presentation about the Italian action plan.
És akkor
And now, from Hungary, I would like to ask János Kele to introduce the Hungarian action plan. So, János Kele, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the opportunity. From the point of view of the whole BVK, this project was completely about learning. And it was very fortunate that it was Florence who started, because they are the ones who inspire all of us about how you have to further innovate your craftsmanship and how you can use it for improving the image of a city, your tourism sector, or to position yourself on the international turf. We are on a different level. Budapest has different size and different possibilities, but the principle itself and the approach that Florence is working with is inspiring for all of us, and also for Hungary. The first important point that I would like to emphasize is that it is in our interest, our principal interest, to preserve these crafts and to hand them over, pass them over to the 21st century, to introduce them to the young generations, maybe for those who, after working in multinational companies, would like to do something else and feel what is it like doing something with your hands. During the pandemic was mentioned several times during the speeches, how it changed our lives and how it changed our approach to our position in the world, what it means to work, what it means to perform work and to create something. And a lot of people have realized that it would be a bit more important to get closer to our roots, and we started to appreciate that time which we devote to creating things, to creating objects. So either it's professionals or a layman who create something. So I think that of course there's these projects, but also there are moral obligations around that, which is much more than the project. After the introduction, I would like to talk about the project itself. We wanted to choose from the already existing strategies in Budapest, and we wanted to incorporate this project in one of them. And we chose the long-term development concept of Budapest. It lasts until 2030, and it comprises several goals on how to make Budapest more successful, more sustainable, and more livable. First of all, we wanted to redefine Budapest as a home. It should be good to live here. You shouldn't have to move to raise children, to get some green spaces. So I think that it is very important for the leadership of the city. Budapest also should be a community space, and it should provide home to all of the ethnicities and all of the layers of society. The third point is Budapest should be a good place to work, not only for those who work in the offices in a corporate world, but also for SMEs, also for artists also for craftsmen, for artisans. They should have an opportunity to make a living out of it and find their places in this city. And the fourth point is Budapest should not only be handled as the city itself, but also as a center of a region and as a center of a whole country. It should be an example in front of all of the regions of the country. Budapest has a central position with its positive and negative sides, but it should be important that, yes, it is a capital and it should go in front of others with good examples. Of course, we have also performed a SWOT analysis, introducing strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. What is important here? What are the strengths? I think, or as we see, there's a very close link between the creative industry and the industrial digitalization. Those people who are more creative than others, who are capable of expressing their creativity, can use their imagination, who have a talent for creating something, these people will be more capable of using the digitalized world and to understand it. And this is where tradition meets modernity. And I think that it could be a nice message to take home. Modernity and tradition, they are not two extremes. They are not contradicting each other. So when you think about passing on traditions and saving them for the future, and this is not in contradiction with, not in conflict with modernity, because in the future tradition will be more appreciated. What is the project about? Carlotta talked about the Irish example. It was very inspiring also to us, how to improve online presence of these SMEs, how to help them understand this word, because they do have to find their place here in the digital world so that they can be successful. And also there's a Catalonian example. During the COVID, they had a very interesting so before the pandemic, 70% of their income came from the tourism, from foreign tourists, and the pandemic hit them very hard. So they started a campaign. It has become very successful, and we would like to use the good practices from this campaign also in Budapest. We can help in communication. We can create a platform for artists, artisans, entrepreneurs. We can help them introduce themselves, give them opportunities at Christmas markets, for example, in December, or in the fair center. We can have a pop-up exhibition for them so that they can become visible, more visible. We also need a complex mentoring opportunity. We need to help them in this way. And also I would like to mention a very complex problem here towards the end. We should make them more sensitive. There should be a sensitization so that they can communicate more effectively online. And it is a big problem. Here you can see the steps how we are planning to solve this problem. So the main problem is that while in the creative industry, design has been a very effective, profit-oriented sector, at the same time it is, and also Hilda mentioned that craftsmen remained in this gray or black category. With improving their skills, their business skills, management skills, we can help them so that they can build a business on their talent. And with this, they can serve the community. And I think as a foundation, who, you know, cannot really understand the art sphere, but what we know about it is business development, and here we can really help them. And I think that with this approach, we could also be successful in the long term, and Budapest could appreciate their own sources. So thank you very much, and if there's questions, then I'm happy to answer.
Questions, anyone from the floor? Just raise your hand and we take the mic to you. I have a question. Basically, enterprise development is a challenge when it comes to artists or artisans. Within that, is there an area that is posed the biggest challenge? Things that artisans or craftsmen are less inclined to do. Can you see that? I think it's probably difference in mindset. Those who are creative by nature and basically they live their whole life to express their creativity and art, and just for those people to have reports made, to have budgets or accounting duties, that's needs a completely different set of mindset. But there's no probably external finances and resources for that. That is a first hiccup, basically, along the road. That's where the artists have the first big problems. That's where we come in to help. We have, for example, links to accountants or those who actually quickly can design the website, taking the burden off the artist so that they can actually hand this over, artists can hand this over to those who are capable in these skills, and they can focus on their own art. And I think this is a good way. Thank you so much, and please give... Oh, any more questions? Sorry, I forgot. If not, warm applause, and thank you so much, Mr. János Keletű, for sharing the experiences from the Hungarian Action Plan. So far we've reviewed Italy, Hungary, and now comes Ireland. So please give a warm welcome to the representative of Ireland, Glynis Billen, to come to the stage and present their action plans. So please come to the floor.
Good morning everybody. I'm delighted to be here this morning in beautiful Budapest. My name is Maria Couchman. I'm the Senior Craft and Education Advisor with the Design and Crafts Council in Ireland. We're also the communications partner on the Craft Codes project. I'm joined this morning by Lynn Whelan. Lynn is a Senior Design Strategist at the Design Plus Gateway at the Southeast Technological University, which was previously called Carlow Institute of Technology. Lynn delivers the Innovate program, which focuses on using design strategy to help businesses innovate. And I also have Garvin de Boer here. Garvin is a master craftsman who originally was trained as a furniture designer, and he's incorporated sort of leather into his furniture, but also developed different housing structures and pilot schemes. So Garvin recently participated on the Innovate program, which was run by Lynn, but with our network of local enterprise offices. And it's really, I suppose, the Innovate program, it really allows businesses to innovate in a structured way, and that incorporates design strategy. So Lynn and Garvin are going to explain the approach they took and how she worked with Garvin to visually map, to ideate and to evaluate decisions and how to progress these craft innovations and making right decisions for craft innovations. So I'll just hand over to Lynn and Garvin.
Thank you, Maria. Hello, delighted to be here in the lovely city of Budapest. We've enjoyed the quick tour we've had so far, and looking forward to the rest of today and tomorrow. So, yes, as Maria said, I was acting as the knowledge provider. I deliver strategic design for innovation programs across the country in Ireland. It's still an emergent area, and an emergent field in Ireland to be using strategic design techniques applied in a business context. And the innovation programs currently are delivered to mixed sectors, so from all sectors. And if we just recap, I suppose, on our action plan aims, we originally were looking at developing a strategic design program for innovation, specifically with a focus on the craft sector needs. And we were looking at addressing the challenge of balancing the creative freedom of the makers and the capacity and skills to develop the viable business model. So the strategic design program that we operate, I suppose the first thing to say is strategic design as an approach is about using design methodologies to develop strategies for the business. And that approach works particularly well for craft people because it's a very visual process. It puts people at the center of the process and people's motivations and their drivers. And it's about visualization. So we're mapping a lot of complex data around the business ecosystem. And so it becomes a very visual process. It's not large reports or strategic reports in text. It's a very visual process. This visualization helps to create a shared context among the people in the ecosystem and among funding providers, etc., as a means to communicate. It also gives the participant the opportunity of critical thinking and introducing critical thinking into the business, because they get the chance to step outside of the everyday rushing and firefighting and making and doing. And it's about taking them out of that and being able to critically analyse the business and map it in a very visual way and build on the opportunities and then action them into very specific road mapping applications. And so there was an existing programme which was funded by a local enterprise office in Ireland. It was based in Kildare, and I was delivering that programme through the strategic design approach. And Garvin, who will speak to you in a moment, was a participant. So he was our pilot as a master craftsman to participate in the programme and help us to tease out more specific needs when we develop into a full action plan response. So Garvin went through a series of design workshops with myself and a mixed sector of companies. He was facilitated through a 4-stage process that we apply in the methodology, and he engaged in the visual mapping, the ideating and the evaluating techniques that we use to provide clarity of his objectives and strategic aims. Now, this culminated in a strategic roadmap for Garvin. Garvin is long established and has developed from a very strong craft and design background through leatherwork and woodwork, a very innovative architectural design, which he has explored through his craft and design approach. And he's built and he's tested and he's tried various things. And so when we looked at that together, the piece that we can now identify to support him with is to help commercializing that idea and that innovative architectural design. And so to do that, we're bringing it back to a version of a minimum viable product that we can build, and we can map the methodology of the build technique. We can map specifically the design, the final design of the concept and the costings, so that Garvin can then proceed to leverage that into scaling a commercial entity and collaboration with various partners. So that's the piece that we will continue to support Garvin with on his journey. So as I said, we did lots of visual mapping for Garvin's journey, and this is just an example of the Aviator House. Garvin will tell us a little bit about it in a moment. And as you can see, aesthetically, it's a beautiful design, but it's embedded in his craft knowledge and expertise to create the arches that are the focal point of the design and integral to the design. He's developed it right up into a full house model, as you can see. And this, just to bring it back to the starting point, was Garvin's leather workshop, where the pod first began. And I think we have a short video. There's some of the leather goods that we could just play, and then Garvin will just run through a few more details around his work and his journey on the Aviator House and his leather work. So if we could play the video link, please, for one moment. Thank you, and I'll put Garvin on there now.
I guess I've always been around making or craftsmanship at some level, so the idea of designing and making is very natural to me. My inspirations are quite broad. A lot of my ideas are derived from biomimicry and a study of structures and structures in nature. I self-build my workshops and any of the studios here, so they kind of follow a similar design philosophy. I'm trying to use shape. So when it comes to making a bag, I don't see the need to necessarily cut it into small components and stitch it back together. I prefer to work with large portions of shape, and I do a lot of wrapping and folding or rolling. The style is very simple and honest, but because it's an amazing material, it creates a very elegant, very kind of unassuming design. It's influenced my approach to shape and structure and construction style. So our very high craft skills are being met with increasingly high design skills, which is great for the craft industry in Ireland.
Great, we'll just reverse on that. Thanks very much. So I'm Garvin de Broer, and like many craftspeople, we've plenty of ideas, but trying to put structure on them is possibly where we fall down. And in taking part on the course with Lynn, I probably really benefited from the more visual mapping as opposed to documents and write-ups and various propositions and pitches. So I found the kind of whiteboard approach and lots of visuals really great for organising what at the time one portion of my workshop is based on woodworking. Another portion is very much the leather atelier. So wearing my woodworking and development hat is currently where I was working with Lynn and really finding the benefits of the innovation course, because in actual fact the methodology I used to create this shape, and essentially it's a full prefabricated building, but it's carried out really from a traditional woodworker's background. So I'm using core cabinet making skills, and from there introducing technology. And it's it's a slow development. Like many craftspeople, these can be kind of passion projects or kind of a lifetime of work that only later comes to fruition into a full house design. But where it began is many years ago. This is my first workshop that I built, and the ideation phase and slow evolution of material technology developed from there and has become a workshop, or has become a potential business venture in itself with the help of the new innovation program. Where it links then to the other portion of my studio, where my day-to-day work is I run a leather atelier and I'm hand making leather bags. I really looking forward to applying the same techniques that that I would have garnered with the mapping and the structure gained from all those visual aids to bring to that, and to try and drive on with some structure from that. So that's where we are in terms of. I think there's a great connection from that to a day-to-day crafts person. And I've previously benefited from the optimised programme that we spoke about from the Crafts Council, and really think that this next innovative step in the action plan will be great things for my leather atelier as well.
Thanks, Garvin. Thank you very much for that. Sorry, excuse me. So I think as Garvin was saying, and as Lynn was saying as well, one of the key points about, I guess, the programme, what we've learned is that we're very lucky in Ireland to have local enterprise offices. So these are a national network of offices that provide support for businesses that are starting up and that are scaling. And the Innovate programme was run through these local enterprise offices. So I suppose from us on this Crafts Code journey, where we've gotten to is that we've run a pilot. We've learned a huge amount from all of our European partners. So from us as the Design and Crafts Council, really our next steps is to be just developing slightly the case study that we've got with De Boers. So you've seen some of the illustration of it there in terms of what the approach is like, how the Innovate programme mapped out different ideas, how it helped to structure thinking, particularly in a creative world. And I think that structural part is something that we're seeing through all of the craft businesses that have come through, that I suppose structure around being able to innovate, but also to be able to make decisions on which idea to pursue, which idea is going to be commercially viable, and which idea suits a business in terms of where they want to, how they want to develop strategically. So the next aim for us is, from the Design and Craft Council side, is that we hope to develop a craft-specific toolkit, and that's going to take the learnings that Lynn has had from her rollout of the Innovate programme, but also particularly the learnings that she's taken from working with craftspeople like De Boers. Those insights will then be collated and developed into a craft-specific toolkit. So a toolkit, really, it's not a series of templates. It's very much a series of thought-provoking documentation that allows people to bring in that creativity, but does it in that structured way. And then from there, we're hoping to scope out the, I suppose, proposal for a craft-specific Innovate programme that we will then bring to our local enterprise offices and discuss the, I suppose, opportunity with them to roll out that programme through the enterprise offices, which we're hopeful we would love to be successful within that. The beauty of us doing that as well is that through the local enterprise offices, businesses such as Garvin's can also access other supports like a trading online voucher, which helps businesses to develop their website, to develop their e-commerce strategies and things like that. So it's really very much a continuum of trying to get businesses to scale up, but to do it in a very much supportive way. And I suppose just the last thing for me to say is just, we're all very, very proud of the engagement that's taken place with the partners and through the Crafts Codes programme. And I just want to echo Ms. Salahonen's thought from this morning to say there's never been a more important time for us to partner with our European neighbours. So we hope to continue to work together, and we hope to continue the sharing and learning that we have. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask the audience, bocsánat, most angolul beszélsz, nem beszél. Bocsánat.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask the audience if they have any questions to the Irish delegation. I would like to ask one thing. It is a very impressive video. Is it possible to buy these bags somewhere? Or have you brought any bags that, we could buy to take it home? So is it possible to buy it somewhere?
My work in leather bags is all found on my website, debrewer.com, which and we're constantly developing new ideas and working away. And my bags are very relevant to my locality in Kildare. Kildare town in Ireland, which is really a horse country, it's equestrian country. So my skills and the bag designs are based quite specific. The leather I'm using is very much based on my locality, more so than examples from bag making from Florence, which is obviously the top flight of leather bag making. So what we're offering in Ireland and at my workshop is slightly, it's our spin on it, our innovative step, and certainly we're sending from the workshop there all around the world. And my probably website there benefited as well from the optimized program that was mentioned earlier.
Köszönjük szépen. Még egy gyors kérdés, hogy ugye ön a fiatalabb generáció.
Thank you very much. You represent the young generation of craftsmen. So what can you tell to other young people who would like to start a business in craftsmanship? Why is it worth doing that or treading this road? For example, someone who works at a multinational company, why is it good to make a change or switch?
I think there's a general society, there's an awareness now of craft and craftsmanship in society, and there was a reference earlier to buying more locally instead of objects shipped from around the world. So I think there's, from a user's perspective, that person working in the multinational is also looking to buy objects that are handmade and crafted. So certainly if there's similar people interested in venturing into becoming craftsmen themselves, it's we know their colleagues are already interested in their products, and there is a lot to be said for developing into digital line, and the go-to for a lot of people now is for craftsmanship is venturing into the digital world of craftsmanship. But there's, I guess, as my work shows, I'm very much based in a traditional craftsmanship, so a very kind of a very grassroots experience in woodworking has developed into the building, which is actually a digital product, but a very grassroots and hands-on skills in leatherworking. So a very, very traditional approach has later allowed me to master the core skills necessary to design a collection and try to be innovative with my design, but it's very much based on a traditional artisan craft knowledge. So just trying to be a sponge for all traditional crafts, and all any historic leather objects are good influences for what I want to do in leather. So for people interested in design, you can master the old stuff and then find your own route in design. Similarly, for the buildings, it's really based on old timber aircraft. So I'm looking at timber boat building, timber aircraft building, and as well as traditional furniture and cabinets and building to try and be innovative with that. So we have examples all around us where natural materials have been used through the centuries that can bear influence. So there's a real satisfaction in then trying to add your own personal design development within that. So definitely encourage people to get into craftsmanship.
Köszönjük szépen, és akkor hadd kérjek egy nagy-nagy
Thank you very much. A big applause to our presenter.
Jó, bocsánat, elnézést, akkor vannak még kérdések.
Sorry, there's some more questions, it seems.
Sorry, I just have a quick question about the MVP. When did you define the MVP model, and what was the MVP in this case? Because congratulations for the work what you did. It's enormous and great.
We'll both answer that, I suppose, because it's something we're currently working on from the innovation program that Garvin started on. So, Garvin, if you look at the work and you see the results and the beautiful results of Garvin's design and craftsmanship, the MVP now is about helping to commercialize that. And to do that, we have to actually take a step back and strip it right down to that minimum viable product to create a build methodology, a build technique that we can record so that it can be replicated. There's a very innovative piece of the design in the modularization of how it works. So to capture that into a build technique and a build methodology will support the costings more accurately, the scalability more accurately, and commercialization of it as a product. So I'm hoping to support Garvin now through that process following the program. That's
Köszönjük, és akkor még egy kérdés.
Thank you very much. One more question.
Yes, thank you. Very, very inspiring video, and it was very exciting to see your work in action there on the video. My question is, what do you feel like are the biggest challenges and biggest obstacles for you to build your business and as an entrepreneur succeed?
I guess in the two portions. So when we're at the leather atelier, and there's an amount of I've already we're working with a lot of I'm digitally designing a lot of the bags, so we are using laser cutting as well. Although we're very traditional afterwards, we're trying to improve our productivity in using dies and clicker presses. So for a lot of the lower skill level objects, for a lot of the lower skill level processes, we're trying to production orientate them, while the bags are still very handmade and incredibly handmade. But really, it is an ability to create things better. So there's very much a demand, and as a craftsman, it's the ability to meet that demand and is the main problem. So our objects are selling around the world. It's just oftentimes it's me and an assistant trying to fill orders and make each bag orders as they come in, which is fine for individual things. As we jump into the retail world, it's possibly a little bit prohibitive, but given that online sales have allowed us to reach a global audience and still reaching a price point that's appropriate to the bags, instead of trying to be very competitive to supply wholesalers and in actual fact diluting the quality of the bag so that it can be made more cost effectively, so various retailers can take their margin by selling online and reaching a wider global audience. First of all, there's people can find us from around the world and find it and actually tailor or customize our designs so that they're exactly achieving what they like. So the entrepreneurial end is, it's really trying to, it's more at the process and the production end of the workshop to meet demand of what people are looking for.
Köszönjük szépen, most viszont sajnos tovább kell
Thank you very much. Now we'll have to move on. We have 22 minutes and 3 presentations left, so we have to be fast. So thank you very much for the Irish delegation for their presentation and for answering the questions. After Ireland, let's have Finland, and I would like to ask Elisa Gratari to come to the stage and present her speech. A big applause to her.
Right, thank you. What a pressure to continue after that presentation, but I'll do my best. We are now maybe going to a bit different direction into the world of Interreg Europe and policy learning and policy instruments and all sorts of things from that scale. A word about me. My name is Elisa Gratari. Gratari, actually an old Finnish word for a tailor. I have a background with MA in textile design, but afterwards I took a bit of a change of career to culture policy and political sciences. And in my research I took a bit of a look into craft-related policies in Finland in a historical setting. But now we are looking into what's going on about a crafts code action plan in Ostrobothnia. Very general overview, first of all. This action plan includes 2 actions with the type of policy change intended, improved management of the policy instrument, and the policy instruments that we are looking at here in this action plan are the regional strategy of Ostrobothnia. This includes 2 parts, the regional plan until 2050, and then a rather short-term here and now type of paper, the regional program. We also covered here the innovation and growth strategy, also known as the smart specialization strategy, that are also created throughout Europe. Okay, a short look into the policy context. What are we talking about in this action plan for Ostrobothnia region? We are in West Finland, at the coast of Gulf of Bothnia. In this area, there is what kind of other attributes where we're going on is high-level industrialization in technology and engineering products, with growing exporting, also with solutions in energy and electronics products. In other terms, there are key sectors for this region in timber, paper, food production, and different services. A key question that have been repeated throughout the CRAFTS Code project in this region is whether this kind of if there could be this kind of spillover effect that would draw from the high-level industrialization in the region, and how that could better feed into other sectors, including also the craft SMEs. About the policy needs, we first heard about the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, and we are also going to take a short look into that in this presentation. What has already been mentioned earlier here too is that craft sector is typically seen as a marginal economic activity. Public investments on the craft sector are very limited in this, in many regions in Finland, but including also Ostrobothnia. But what is also a problem are the thin structures. There are not many structures for craft sector as such. So also the possibilities, there are not enough broad shoulders to apply for funding for very large projects. Also recognized here, craft entrepreneurship counts among the cultural and creative industries, and that, on the other hand, has been widely recognized as an important factor for local economies. So this also means that craft is more often recognized, and it's seen as close to other sectors. I have now here as an example the hospitality services, but overall a key thing to notice here and to focus on now and in recent years, before now and in the future, is of course digitization and how that could help. We already heard about this part, so I'm not going to look very much into detail in this. But as I think we have heard, there are kind of similarities in what are the strengths and what are the weaknesses on the other hand. I added here a couple of bubbles that I would suggest that we should focus on more. Are the different significances that crafts can have, not only in monetary terms or economic terms, but also on the cultural level and in the social level. What is the meaning of this? Especially the heritage crafts for local communities. Also an important thing talking about the investment rates into crafts sector is to understand that from the regional authorities, development agents, it would also mark as an investment into the cultural viability in different locations. And lastly, already mentioned here a couple of times, the need to focus on sustainability. And I also mention here the SDGs, something that we all should be taking attention to. So, I kind of added this as a side comment to all those strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, and threats that we've already heard about. But now let's look into the actions quite briefly. Here, as I said, we have two actions. The first one, including the craft sector as part of the CCIs and making their policy needs, especially in digitization, more recognized in the regional strategy. This is the goal of this action. And in the earlier version of this regional strategy, the digitization, of course, already was acknowledged, but now the intention with this action is to underline it, that it's not there for just some key industries, but also for craft SMEs and the CCIs in general. The Crafts Code project here has worked tremendously by offering several practical examples about digital tools and services. I mentioned here the three of those that already been mentioned, the optimized design, D-Tool, and MakeX. What we underline with Action 1 is that this regional strategy is a key steering policy instrument, a policy document, and we see that through this Action 1, we want it to underline more the possibilities, and it should be taking its stand, spreading the message, recognizing and promoting the needs and opportunities also of the craft sector as part of the CCIs. And the goal was, there's the cover of the new strategy paper. You can fluently read it there in Finnish. But let's move forward to Action 2, whereas the Action 1 was more very much focused on policy instrument development. In Action 2, we have a bit more action going on. What we talk about is a virtual platform strengthening craft SMEs' digital capacities and improving the smart specialization learning process in the region. Here the focus is on the S3 strategy, and this is envisioned as a two-way initiative, so that on the one hand it works as a practical platform for spreading information about digital solutions and also giving the possibility for craft entrepreneurs to learn about and how to adopt them. But on the other hand, how this platform could be used as a tool for development in the region, and especially is focusing now on this smart specialization. This is affecting an ongoing process that has already been adopted in the region, but now taking into it an angle from the crafts SMEs and in general from the CCIs. A quick overlook into what Action 2 is in practice. In general terms, it quite strongly bases on this example of MakeX, that was seen as a platform that collects knowledge about different digital solutions and how craft SMEs could make use of them. So the idea with this new platform that is created through this action is to collect together information about those possibilities that exist there in the Ostrobothnia region and how that could be spread around and introduced, allow the possibilities to learn about them for the craft entrepreneurs. But at the same time, this platform is also used to collect information about the development needs that craft entrepreneurs may have. There will be included a questionnaire that people who are using this platform would fill in so that how they are kind of doing is better heard at the developmental level. I think next I have a quick image of how that is supposed to work. So this is a picture of the ongoing process that is included in the smart specialization process. So this is a process of learning that is applied in general to the key sectors, I might now say, in Ostrobothnia. But with this tool, the intention is to have an impact on this and make this sector better heard as part of this development process. There it is still put in a few words what this is about. So making a direct improvement to the managing of the smart specialization strategy process, an ongoing process that is renewed every 4 or 5 years. Lastly, I take into your attention what Interreg projects often are really about policy learning, and I'm focusing on this. So there are different kinds and different levels of learning that is going on with this action too, or what we are looking for. There is, of course, learning from the crafts code regions with their examples, what has already been done elsewhere, spreading that those lessons learned in a practical and concise way. And lastly, of course, the aspect of policy learning and bringing that experience, experimenting into the regional development processes. But I think this is so far what I wanted to tell you.
Thank you very much. We have time for just one quick question because we still have two. Bocsánat, megint angolul beszélek. Tehát két rövid
Sorry,
kérdés.
I forgot to switch back to Hungarian, so we have time for one quick question. If you need to ask it now. No, then thank you so much.
Finnországból Lisa Kratarinak, hogy bemutattak ő is
Miss Kratari from Finland to present their action plan, and please welcome the representative of Bulgaria, Mina Dimitrova, to the stage.
Színpadra, és ő is ossza meg velünk, hogy mire jutottak a projekt során.
Just to talk about their project, so give a warm welcome to Mina Dimitrova.
Hello, my name is Nina Dimitrova, and today I'm going to present you the action plan of Bulgaria named the Inclusion of Thematic Co for Family Businesses, Creative Industries and Craft Enterprises in the program Competitiveness and Innovation Enterprises 2021 to 2027. The Bulgarian Crafts Code partners are Aram Center of Stara Planina and Ministry of Innovation and Growth, European Funds for Competitiveness, Directorate General. Let's see first the policy context. The policy target instrument in the application form is Operational Program Innovation and Competitiveness, OPIC, 2014 to 2020. In view of the situation in the global context with the pandemic and in order to overcome the negative effect of the state of emergency in the country and the economic consequences of the crisis, the managing authority of OPIC focused all its efforts, resources and capacity on the launch of simplified procedures intended to provide financial support to small and medium-sized enterprises affected by the restrictions imposed in connection with the COVID-19 pandemic. During the implementation of the project, both Bulgarian partners realized that the program Competitiveness and Innovation in Enterprises 2021 to 2027, which is the new name of the program for the new programming period, is most suitable for a policy instrument. The program is financed by the European Structural and Investment Fund with co-financing from the national budget. The program is Investment for Growth and Jobs, It's aimed at achieving smart and sustainable growth of the Bulgarian economy, as well as the implementation of industrial and digital transformation. Addressing the needs identified in areas such as competitiveness and entrepreneurship through the intervention envisaged under Priority 1, Specific Objective 3. The program aims to contribute to the achievement of the following policy objectives set at European level. A more competitive and smarter Europe by promoting innovative and smart economic transformation and information and communications technology connectivity. A greener, low-carbon Europe transitioning to a net zero carbon economy. And sustainable Europe by promoting the transition to clean and fair energy, green and blue investments, a circular economy, climate change, migrations and adaptation, risk prevention and management, and sustainable urban mobility. There are three priorities of the program: innovation and growth, circular economy, and technical assistance. The action plan proposes a support to craft enterprises with investments in production. With this in mind, for the first time, the program will include a special procedure thematically aimed at enterprises with a smaller scope of activity, such as family enterprises, creative industries, and craft enterprises. For the new programming period 2021 to 2027, crafts were included as a priority sector in the program. The measure aimed specifically at craftsmen is support for crafts, entrepreneurship in rural areas, and creative industries, including at regional level. It's included in the document after the need for specific activities in support of crafts has been established. This specific call is planned to be announced in the first half of 2023. Research and analysis carried out within the project, meetings and interviews with stakeholders show the following to craft enterprises: a lack of up-to-date market analysis and studies, and an action plan to expand the markets, handicrafts work difficulties, reduced consumption and limited opportunities for traditional sale of handicrafts as a result of the measures imposed due to the pandemic. Lack of information on marketing and technological innovation opportunities applicable to artisan enterprises in the region. Aging of experienced and highly qualified craftsmen. A rapidly changing global environment and the need for flexibility and rapid adaptation to respond to competitive pressures and maintain market position. Strong competition for imitating products. Mass production at lower prices imposed by aggressive advertising and marketing strategies. Based on these, 5 areas of support for craft enterprises have been formed: research and development and innovation, digitalization, growth and competitiveness, energy efficiency, and transition towards circular economy. Some further details on the policy context and how the action plan contributes to it. RAM Central Stara Planina and Directorate General European Funds for Competitiveness at the Ministry of Innovation and Growth propose to include in this action plan a measure to support SMEs in the field of craftsmanship in order to increase their competitiveness. The action plan was developed within the framework of the project funded by the program. The project was conceived in order to achieve its objectives by conducting thematic meetings and seminars on the following topics: how to improve innovation applied in the business model and process, how to access new markets and targets, how to innovate the craft sector by implementing innovative approaches and tools, and how to support the craft sector through access to finance. The main objective of the action plan and its implementation is to improve the design of the policy instruments thematic code to include a measure new projects to improve the competitiveness specifically of SMEs in the field of craftsmanship. Inclusion of craft enterprises as a specific sector in the program and launch a specific measure to support family businesses, creative industries and craft enterprises. The proposed action shall provide access to co-financing, small grants for productive investments in modern equipment, machinery and facilities for strengthening craft enterprises' competitiveness. It should be tailored to the needs of the family enterprises, creative industries, including craft enterprises in these specifics, along with the regional development potential should be taken into account in the selection criteria. Body responsible for the policy instrument is Directorate General for European Funds and Competitiveness of the Ministry of Innovation and Growth, Managing Authority of OPIC and Program Competitiveness and Innovation in Enterprises 2021 to 2027. RAM Central Startup Planina and Ministry of Innovation and Growth will continue to participate in the preparation of the measure and will be directly involved in the process of improving the policy instrument by participating in the consultation process under the program. The new program, it has been prepared and is in the final phase before approval by the Commission. Within the framework of the project, the following organizations have been identified as stakeholders that are relevant and can influence the operational program at national level. The stakeholder group in phase 1 of the project actively participated in the policy research process through participation in meetings and partially in seminars. The main role of the stakeholders was to advise the process of drawing up an action plan to improve the operational program as a tool for implementing policies to promote craft enterprises. During the implementation of the first phase of the project, the Bulgarian partners took part in 4 interregional thematic work groups and held 9 meetings with the group of local stakeholders. Particularly useful in view of the objectives of the Bulgarian partners for optimal structuring of the future thematic core, including measures to support and improve the competitiveness of the craft sector, were the good practices and the overall policy to support the business in the craft sector of Ireland, Hungary, Italy, and Spain. The general experience of Ireland and the additional information provided by the Irish experts and the online sources provided by our Italian colleagues were useful and provoked further researches in the field of support for craft enterprises. Here is the whole structure of our action plan: the inspiration, the aim, the policy instrument, the action, and finally the budget. Funding for beneficiaries, craft enterprises, family enterprises, and creative industries will be up to 50 million euros. Source of funding is the program Competitiveness and Innovation Enterprises 2021 to 2027 and European Regional Development Fund. And finally, activities and timing. If the program is approved and the proposed measure is accepted, the following activities should take place: elaboration of methodology and criteria for selection of operations for the second and third quarter of 2022. For the third quarter of 2022 is planned consultation with the interested parties, public discussion, approval of methodology and criteria for selection of operations from the monitoring committee of the program, and elaboration of application guidelines. For the first quarter of 2023 is a launching of the grant award procedure, and for the fourth quarter of 2024 is planned monitoring of results from the call. If you have questions, please ask them in chat, in the streaming, to Desi Michalkova, because she was not be able to be here today, and she's the main expert of the program. So you can ask her in the chat. Thank you for the attention.
Köszönjük szépen.
Thank you very much from Bulgaria, Nina Dimitrova, for introducing the project action plan. And before lunch, let's have Spain. A big applause to Silvia Martin Deldago. The floor is yours.
Hi, good morning to everyone. I'm going to present the action plan of Spain from the EOI Foundation. Our action plan has been developed by a company expert doing this. They have elaborated a SWOT analysis. For doing that, they have done an extensive review of literature, and also we did an online survey to validate the answers of our SWOT, of our, and these actors are related with CRAFTS. The action plan has two main actions. The first one is a program, I will explain later, and also the second action is the CRAFTS Observatory. I'm not going to explain this too much because Hilde already said, but some of the strengths that we have seen in the Spanish SMEs are the high degree of customization of their products. Also, they have started using digital channels to promote their crafts. Also, the diverse of quality products, the incorporation of design and new trends. We have seen that Spanish crafts have been very well valued at a national and international level. And, their singularity, specialization, and differentiation is also very valued. This is maybe the most important because the weaknesses that we are facing are our actions of our action plan are trying to face these weaknesses, which are first of all, the lack of business skills to develop business models, strategies, and management. Also, the insufficient capacity to position Spanish products into foreign markets. Also, the lack of a common body to unify efforts, because in Spain, the crafts responsibility is divided in 19 different regions, so at the end, we don't have the power to go together, no? Also, some of the weaknesses are the absence of product qualification or quality standards, and again, the lack of skills to take advantage of digitalization. Regarding the opportunities, we have, of course, the collaboration with other sectors like tourism, culture, or general industry. Also, the new trends, we have seen that our customers start looking for different kind of products, more sustainable, more local, more innovative. Another opportunity is the possibility to integrate all the Spanish products under the same umbrella, like the Spain brand. And also the possibility to introduce other kind of experience in the workshops. And finally, some of the threats that we have seen during this analysis, and probably they will be the same in some of the European countries, are the lack of generational changeover, the disappearance of small businesses in our cities, and also the economic impact that the pandemic and the war of Ukraine may cause. So after this analysis, we can propose two actions The first action is our craft business creation, consolidation, and competitive positioning program. It's a program that has been inspired by the Irish good practice, which is building craft and design enterprise. It focused on improving the competitiveness of SMEs. We are going to try to improve their knowledge about business management, digitalization, internationalization, marketing, finance. And we are going to do that through two different programs. A program for entrepreneurs and people with less than 5 years of creation, and another program for consolidation, for more consolidated businesses, for all people, because we have seen that they have been maybe they are not so familiarized with the new technologies, and they don't know how to grow. So at the end, we are going to offer 13 training programs all over Spain. They will be online. We want to have 30 students in each of the programs. We'll see. The programs will be 60 hours of teaching plus 5 hours of mentoring per student. It's a little bit different than the Irish program, but because we incorporate our own needs and our own experience, but basically is that. And the program will be financed by the European Social Fund plus some EOI Foundation budget. And the second action is going to be the Crafts Observatory. As we have seen in the weaknesses, we are 19 regions, and every region has their own policy, strategy, and different kind of stuff. So we are gonna try to come together and elaborate a plan to improve competitiveness of craft Spanish enterprises. We were inspired by the good practices of Creaction in Finland and Make X from Italy. They both, they are projects where it's very important, the learning environment, the space to share and to collaborate. So that's the main objective of this action is increase and share knowledge, experiences, collaboration strategies to improve the competitiveness of the Spanish enterprises. The main actors of this action are going to be EOI Foundation. We are going to be the secretariat. We are going to be the ones who organize the meetings, collect the information, spread the word through the digital networks. And also some of the actors will be the public administrations, also some reference entities and organization and experts in the topics that the actors want or the ones that are interested. The format is going to be, there is going to be a plenary session every year, ideally in person, then some online working sessions about the topics that people are interested or about what they want, and also some communication actions. And some of the functions, most of them have said them, but basically is share and increase quality knowledge about the sector, collect artisan and citizen information through our social networks, support access of craft companies to access to grants or aids, Also share good practices and successful projects, as we have said, as we have done during the Crafts Code projects, because actually this good practice emerged during these stakeholder meetings of Crafts Code. Identify new ways to promote the sector, promote collaboration and participation, not only between artisans, but also with another industries. So yeah, and this action is going to be financed by the Spanish government's general budget. So yeah, I was very quickly, but I thank you very much. And if you have any questions, you can ask.
Köszönjük szépen bárkinek, bármi. Could you stay for just a sec? Bárkinek, could you just stay for just a sec?
Sorry.
Bárkinek kérdése?
Anybody has any questions?
Spanyol
There's
tervekhez.
time just regarding the Spanish
Jó, akkor egy nagy
plans.
tapsot
Okay, so
Silvia Martin
to give a big round of applause to Silvia.
És hogyha esetleg a
And
közben felmerül önökben bármilyen kérdés.
if you have any more questions during lunch, you can approach the speakers that do. So, good news.
Az ebéd.
Time for lunch. But before I let you go, let me once again tell you about the workshop. After lunch, we'll come back here. We have a panel discussion, after which we're gonna also have an exhibition opening and workshops. So those of you who haven't signed on and you would like to, please do that at registration. Then lunch is served just where you had the coffee break, downstairs. And an important request, we have a group photo taken first. So please convene for the group photo before you go and have your lunch. And also don't forget, you will have the leaflets about the good practices, and please, you can take those as well with you. So ladies and gentlemen, just let's go downstairs, one flight of stairs for a quick photo session, after which you can have your lunch. And after lunch, be back here and we can listen to the panel discussion. So, bon appétit.
The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes. Crafts Code is all about enhancing the competitiveness of craft SMEs. Let's make together happen. To find out more, visit interregeurope.eu/craftscode. The European craft sector is a rich tapestry, combining tradition, culture, skills and design. It encompasses many disciplines and holds up a mirror to European cultural identity. Crafts Code is an initiative that helps build craft SMEs by drawing on policy learning and designing new regional development programmes.
Kedves vendégek, akkor folytassuk konferenciánkat, és ahogy ígértem, akkor most egy panelbeszélgetés fog következni, és akkor ehhez szeretném akkor a beszélgető partneremet kiinvitálni a színpadra. Először is hadd kérjek egy nagy tapsot Kerper Fronius Gábornak, aki az okos városokért és részvételűségért felelős főpolgármester helyettes Budapesten. Nyugodtan foglaljon helyet, hát hogy kényelmesen. Jó, a második beszélgető partnernek is hadd kérjek egy nagy tapsot, Elena Nanni, projektmenedzser és koordinátor, Murat Idea Park Coordinator, School of Business Sciences and Industrial Technologies, Piero Baldesi, third panelist, Anna Garcia Lopez, Director of the Chair for Innovation and CRAFTS, so warm welcome to you too. From the University of Granada. And she is the Director of the Chair for Innovation in Craft Design and Contemporary Art. And our fourth panelist, give a warm welcome to Mrs. Zsuzsi Panyi, self-taught glass artist and applied artist. És akkor itt át fogunk váltani angolra, so we are going to switch to English at this point. So if you like to change your the channel or take off the translation device, then please do so. Welcome everyone. Thank you very much for joining me for this panel discussion. We have a number of questions that it would be absolutely great to discuss with you and hear your opinions on. Before we begin with the questions, is there anything that really stood out for you on this conference that you feel is most important from your viewpoint?
I think that the Irish example and the example of Florence were actually very good because it showed that small initiatives and small changes can make a lot of impact, and I think that is what is most important, to try to focus on people who are actually doing the stuff, who actually need the support, try to find out what support they need, and that you don't have to think on a very large scale. It is minuscule but well-aimed contributions that can help a lot. I think that is my major takeaway.
Thank you. So, I think the Chinese say that the longest journey always starts with a first step, right? So it's something similar, if I understand correctly. Okay, thank you very much. And how about you? What is your major takeaway so far?
I want just to say that I am working in a startup incubator. So when we decided to apply for this project, it was easy to to switch, because that's what we asked to the craftsmen, to change their mindset because of the pandemic and all the other different things that happens, and now we know that they happen and we can't do anything sometimes. So they, to go on and to be competitive, they must be digitalized, they must look forward. That was the message that we give to our startups, that use technology in a good way. Of course, I'm not really young, and so technology, as for many people, is seen something like difficult to understand. But if it's used for human resources, it can be really very good. That's the message we wanted. We just gave to the craftsmen as to the startups.
Thank you very much. And did you see major differences between the craftsmen who joined and compared to the tech startups that perhaps what are those major differences?
The differences are that the startups begins without a product or a service, while the craftsmen begin with their product. They can see it, they can build it, they can they both can imagine it. Someone spoke before about the MVP, that is the minimum viable product for a start-upper. That is something not concrete, that you can touch this. I think this is the most important difference. But at the end, the way to get success can be the same.
Okay, thank you very much. And how about you, Ms. Lopez? What's your major takeaway so far?
Oh, well, I think, first of all, thank you for having me today. It's been very, very inspiring. We have seen...
Wonderful to have you here.
Yeah, of the good practices and everything, very inspiring. And I'm going to be talking pretty much about collaboration, because sometimes we ask for too much to our craftsmen and women. We ask for them to know everything, of course, to have their own expertise, which is unique and very valuable, but we want them to know about e-marketing, digitalization, and many, many other things that are quite different from being an artisan. So for me, coming from the university, we have a lot of young muscle in research, and we can do that necessary transfer of that knowledge and do a lot of things that I assume that we shouldn't be asking the craftsmen for so much. I mean, is it like they just take off their hat of craftsman and then put the social manager and then e-marketing and then, you know, and they need to be focused on their production and their unique expertise. So for me, to have an impact and to really impact the sector, I think we should collaborate. I think we should put a lot of very young people that are willing to know different paths, and craftsmanship is full of knowledge that it's in between. Circular economy, we have learned in this last lectures. Also, even artificial intelligence, and I can give a lot of good examples of how we can help each other, and without having to put so much pressure on top of the craft of the craftsman. So for me, it's been a very, very inspiring session just before, and for sure I'm going to be talking about co-working, collaborating with one another.
Great, thank you very much. And Mrs. Pogni, you are a practicing craft person who is very successful in her field, and we heard about this need to make this switch in mindset. It seems that you have successfully done so. Can you a little bit elaborate on that? When did you realize that it's very important, and a little bit, if you could elaborate on your path from the first steps to now, when you are very good at both with your art and you are successful from a business point of view?
Thank you. Yes, my position here is very different, non-academic or non-governmental, but doing it every single day. Basically, my story is my business started 15 years ago, and that time I had 3 little children, later on 4, and I had no possibilities, no time to go to conferences, go to craft fairs, go to shops and sell my product. So I thought that why not going online? And basically I started it from the zero. I made a blog. One blog post was one picture of a product. There was no title. And there was the price under it, nothing else. I thought I have a website. Later on, I went to university and I did my master's on online marketing because I saw very early, we are talking about 2007, that e-commerce and online platforms will be very important. And now I'm not only doing it, but also teaching it through an online platform. I have online courses where other crafters can learn how I did it and how I do my online marketing.
Okay, thank you very much. Could you please, because you have experience with the craftsperson, what are some good ways to help them change this, make this change in their mindset? What are some good ideas that you can share that worked in your program so far?
Yes, what we told them, of course, most of them had already a website or an e-commerce. What we tried to put in their minds is that as they are producers, makers, they do something concrete, that's something that has a story from the beginning to the end. So the storytelling that was before said about it is very important, because you have to give the message that you have when you build, when you make your product. So you have to move emotions. In our 100 hours of training, we spent 20 hours for storytelling, for images. We made a collaboration with a school of photography where the students made different shootings, just explaining to the artisans that a photo can make the difference. So everybody now, we have all our smartphone, we do pictures, many pictures, but you have to show the best of you, something that owns to you, that is from you, and you have to give it to the other. Also because after all what we had, we are naming the pandemic a lot of times this morning and today, but it's true, people need emotions. Good emotions. So the way how to be effective communicator, effective communicator. A good message that go from A to B in the good way, in the best way.
Okay, thank you very much. And yeah, please.
Yes, I have something to add to Ms. Nani. I think all crafters are very creative person. Or also startups. But sometimes you have to just click that switch and not only use creativity for the product, but also for the business. Because these are very small companies, and in many cases, you can't do things as usual. But there's the creativity to find how to do it somehow else.
Yes, I think it's very important that the creative part and storytelling is a very important aspect, if I understand correctly. But we also heard before that a challenge that craftspeople face is the everyday running of the company, like what Kele János pointed out here in Hungary, that they need to do the accounts and those type of things, and it's very important that they don't just focus on their craft, because that's a necessary part of the business. How can, for example, your university help with that? Where do you see your place in that respect?
In fact, we have already done that. We are in progress of doing more activities regarding that particular topic. First of all, what we did is we joined forces. We have, I come from the University of Granada in southern Spain, and we are lucky to have the one and only national point center of reference for artisanship in Granada. So we joined forces together. So we made this, it's the first one at the University of Spain, is the chair for innovation in crafts, design and art. So together with that, what we did is, first of all, we did a survey. For that, the people coming from sociology, they were, our best friends. And we wanted to understand what the crafters needed, because we end up saying things that we think they need, but we wanted to know, what do you need? What exactly is the area of your business, of your creativity, of your innovation that you would like to improve, but you are just one person, two persons, just a small little business, it's a jewel, you cannot do everything. So first of all, what we did was that, with the help of my colleagues in the sociology, and then one of the first things that arose was digitalization. It was complicated for them, but also how to run a business on the online environment. So one of the first things that we did with the help of the Economic and Business School at the University of Granada is a workshop for the artisans on running a sustainable workshop in craftsmanship. So that was our first step, like giving voice and responding to the needs. But before, we just learned what the needs were, not what we wanted them to be, but the real needs. And of course, the second one that arose was the need of finding another expert, like a designer maybe, or maybe an expert in circular economy. So what we did is we produced another project, Make It Art, to be a platform for finding each other and making these joint projects feasible. So from our side, I think we have universities all around the world are not aware of the huge impact that we can have in the sector by really transferring all these young people that are really excited. I can see that in the economics and business school, in the sociology, psychology, all over. So I think it will be a good thing that many of the universities close to these centers of, like Florence, for example, could be involved, but to have a real impact in these little businesses. So from our side, we're trying to do this, and through projects and things like that.
Thank you. Anybody would like to add anything to this topic?
I think also collaboration is very important. And when we selected 12 artisans that are a very small number in Florence. There are so many, also with no teams, just one person, one man artisan, and that's what not very difficult to make them understand that collaboration is very good. For example, our training was before Christmas time, so what we saw, for example, is that one artisan that makes artistic candles put their hair products in a jewelry. So it was just the beginning, because what they saw it that the collaboration is also very important. They didn't know that they could do this experience, because there is very difficult to meet anyone is doing his work, and so he's down to his desk and going on to produce and to while the mindset that we told at the beginning means also this, to open to the community and so on. So, for example, what also Carlotta said about the second action, that we are not involved in it, but we think that it's very, very important to do. For example, tourism in Florence is very close to craftsmanship. We can't avoid that. So different levels, that's true, because many touristic shops in any cities, we are all European, so we can speak about Europe as just one very big country. No, it's the same for us. In every touristic city that all the countries has touristic cities, so the level is very important. For example, personally, I discovered that any artisan has his own story. And what I saw, that there were bad quality for tourism and high quality, for example, Florence has got big excellencies. But there is also a middle step where you can find very good products that are not known, because for them it's very difficult to make them known. So also the community in the territory can do it. And I think that with the programs like this, Crafts Code, we also can look to see something with us, or with, very important for everybody, for any country.
Great, thank you very much.
I would also like to say that cooperation on a different, on a higher level, on a meta level, is also very important. As Budapest, we quite often get the critique that Budapest is not very much open in any way, really. So we are not very much open to learn from our partner cities. We are always involved in the project of reinventing the wheel, whereas in projects like Crafts Code, you can actually go and learn good examples, study them, try to find out how you can use it in Budapest, and then we are closed in another way as well. So we are not very much supporting enterprises in the city. We are not we're not supporting startups, all that very much, and that is what Kele János and the organizers of this event are actually doing now. They are trying to find the ways to support these startups. They are now looking into how they can try to organize artisans, try to find out what kind of burden they can take off of their backs automatically, like supporting them in their, well, basically automatic administrative tasks, then providing expertise, like marketing and storytelling, stuff like that. These are jobs on their own. So you have to find the people who can ask the right questions, get the story together. And so to try to provide the kind of support that these people would really need. And yeah, studying the examples of other cities is something that we can learn very much from, and maybe at some stage we can start giving back.
Thank you. Two keywords that we heard at this conference were modernity and tradition, and I would like to ask, especially from you, that you, as one of your area of responsibility, smart cities. Where do you see in the life of Budapest, from a smart city perspective, the role that the craft sector can play in the long term?
Well, there is often this misunderstanding about smart cities that it's all about technology and buzzword compatibility and stuff like that. But then again, we regard the smart city as an example of participation, of maintainability and livability and sustainability and things like that. So it's a very holistic idea. And I think traditions are very important in maintaining the familiarity of a city. But then again, when you are, and I think there is often a misunderstanding about artisanship and craftsmanship, that it's somehow very much rooted in folklorism and traditions. Whereas I think that artisans are really something that are quite modern as well. So if you're not in a constant dialogue with your present environment, I think I belong to the last generation that really actually believed in the power of mass production and how we are based on technology we are going to conquer the world and everything like that. And when we grew up, we started turning around and going after things which are more familiar, and not only familiar in the sense that they are rooted in your own traditions, but I think we started to look for objects and tools and ways of creation which are which have much more of a personality or an individuality than mass products. And I think it is not basically looking for your traditions only. It is something of finding something which has a little sense of personality in our very uniform optimized life. So I think that is the power, and that is the thing that it can really add to a smart city.
Great, thank you very much. Ms. Lopez?
In fact, I think it's quite connected, and for us, it was when we presented an European project called Remaker with the 3 R's. That was based on the circular economy and the artificial intelligence. And that might be very far away from craftsmanship, but it's not. Because right now we are linking with the cities because at the end of the day, they are in charge of the waste that we produce every day. So this line of research is on new materials and how we can link through the Smart Cities network with these companies that transform the waste and can produce a very, very interesting material for our artisans. So in this way, we are connecting with the Smart Cities Network. In fact, we have our midterm meeting next week, and we have invited the network to, we're working already with the city of Lyon and the artisans in the city of Lyon, because they want to understand how this circularity can happen, including and with the center in the craftsmanship. And how this new material, which is not raw material, which is material coming from scratch, from other industries, can be a very interesting material to work with for some artisans. So we are pretty much right now linking with the Smart Cities Network, and we are finding a very powerful relationship between them and the craft sector.
Thank you. Yes?
I think craft is always a sustainable thing, because even if you use new materials, because if you buy like clothing, you buy a fast fashion shirt or a fast fashion bag, that will have a life cycle of 1-2 years. If you buy a well-crafted shirt or a well-crafted leather bag, that will have a much longer lifespan. That is one part. The other part is the short supply chains. Mass production is always transported very, very long ways. Crafters, since they have a much lower amount they can produce, those are mostly sold locally. And that is, I think, good for the environment, and that is something that we can call sustainable.
I disagree.
Oh, do you?
Let's hear your counter-argument.
I'm sorry, I don't want to take a lot of time, but we have learned that sometimes it's not, maybe the products might be, of course, more sustainable than the industry ones, but the processes are not always so sustainable. And we have learned that one of the keys that are right now on top of the table at the European level is sustainability. So we need to make sure that we understand what that is when related to processes and even marketing in the craft sector, not just the product, but the whole process. So the process, and we are working now with quite high experts on circular economy that are quite excited because they had never ever thought in the craft sector. Amazing, huh? It's like we have put the craft sector in the center, and they were, wow, there's no better thing for a researcher to find an open space where no one has ever entered. So they are very excited, and they're helping us a lot to understand if thinking that the crafts are always sustainable is a false friend. It's something that we have in our imaginary, but it's not always true. And I come from the fine arts, where we have very dangerous waste sometimes, and we need to deal with that. So sometimes it's very interesting to go deep into in the name with the hands of an expert, because we cannot know everything. So this is why I claim for co-working, for collaborating, because you learn a lot and then you can help a lot as well. So, sorry, I guess
that's why we are here, to talk about our opinions. Did you want to add something?
Just, I go back to your question and just say that we can't forget that any tradition began with an innovation, as an innovation. So,
I think that's a very important point. Yeah, thank you very much for sharing that. Well, we have just a few more minutes before we close this panel discussion, and I would like to give you the opportunity to ask questions from our panel participants. If you have a question, we have the mic here, and just please raise your hand and then shoot with your question.
Yes, I would like to point out a word, time, because we have seen in Florence that time for craft people is one of potential barrier, because we sometimes offer them innovative instruments or mentorship programs or opportunity to develop, to learn, and they would like, but the problem is always time. We have small SMEs, very small, sometimes most of them are individual, and they answer to us, but how can I work in my atelier or shop? How can I sell? And then how can I learn or participate to your very interesting opportunities and initiatives? How can we help this sector in using time in the better way? I don't know if there is an answer or not. It was just a point of attention in time.
Who feels ready to? I think, yes.
It's absolutely true. And the reason why it's even more important for artists to create something new, sometimes you have to be like just bored or watch nature or go for a walk to really do something new design, new products, anything like that. So it's a very, very hard thing. I work pretty fast, but still have problem with time because it's never enough. I always tell it's like in a circus where are these acrobats who keep turning plates on poles. And I always say I have 6 poles. I have marketing, I have production, I have design, I have family, I'm a wife, I have a household. And just running around and watching which plate is slowing down and which pole do I have to turn faster. And it's never over. And it's always going round and round. So it's really, really hard. I think one important thing that, and you just mentioned production, and the production process is not always sustainable. A big company pays attention to optimize production and to make it more sustainable. Small companies do not even think about optimization, but there is. I never make one jewelry. If I run out of yellow rings, I make 20 of it, because making one yellow ring is much more time, 20 times. It's much more time than making 20 rings at one point of my design time or production time. So I think that even small companies should start thinking about optimizing their working process, their time, and using little time gaps for good benefit. Like if you are waiting somewhere, dentist's office, railway station, anything, you can do your social media. Like everyone has their smartphones in their hands. And if you have your pictures in your smartphone, you can just post or schedule a couple posts and do it. So basically time management and production optimization is 2 key features.
Thank you. I would like to, I think you wanted to ask something, right? Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. In relation to collaboration, I agree that there's loads of opportunity, but I was very interested in what you mentioned about being creative as a creative person in the business modeling and looking at things in different ways. An example I've come across previously was, you know, applying for awards circuits to increase, you know, instead of spending a marketing budget, to apply for awards and get some publicity, etc. Have you any creative ideas or any tips in relation to other ways of looking at the business as a creative person?
What I think about that is look at big companies, look at multinational companies, and take away something from there that you can do in a small scale. Like I don't think lots of crafters has a cash flow template in their computer, and I weekly take care of my cash flow. What did I pay? What do I have? What will I have to pay next week? How much money do I make? And I pay attention to that. And it's nothing. It's not a big SAP system. It's an Excel, and you can do it on small scale. So that's what I'm meaning about being creative in the business. Take a look at what big ones do and do it as you can do it. It's no problem if it's not perfect, but if we always keep waiting for being perfect, we will never start.
Yeah, I feel that this could be a challenge because craftspeople would like to create something magnificent, something perfect, but you must pay attention to your time, and you, as you said, you have to spin so many plates in the same time that sometimes you just need to find the easy ways, right, to be more productive. It sounds like. Okay. Well, actually, our time is up for the panel discussion. Thank you very much for your question. Just one quick last question from all of you. As Mr. Kerperfonius pointed out, that craftsmanship is not all about old ladies and old gentlemen, but about not about it. So it's also about modernity, and as you also pointed out that tradition was sometimes innovation. And I really liked this comment, because when I told my friends that I was coming here to this conference and what the topic was, sometimes they asked me, okay, are they going to be like old gentlemen and all the ladies there who are doing their handcraft at home? So it's very important to have a new generation of craftsmen and to have excellent craftsmen like Mr. De Boer here. How can you say something about how to make craftsmanship sexy for the new generation?
Well, I think I'm the least qualified person of all of us who can pronounce on that. But I would first like to start with rejecting the ageism in your question. I think tradition is not only about old gentlemen and old ladies.
Sorry, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
I was trying to make a joke, sorry. Trying to be ironic or whatever. So I think our relationship to traditions is not, I think it's really an attitude, and it's not all that much connected to age. And I also think we were talking a lot about digitalization and things like that, so involving technology in the sales process, in the marketing process, but we were not talking all that much about involving technology in the creative process, which it can be a part of, really. And I think entering in a dialogue with technology is also a very important thing, because I would like to stress that artisanship is, I think, not all that much linked to tradition, but it is linked to individuality and personality and things like that. And maybe it's a far stretch, but I really like steampunk, where you have all these really funny technologies, where you can really see some kind of a dialogue with technology and but on a very individual level and on a very explorative level, in the sense that they invent a lot of could-have-beens and things like that, alternative, and it's a very, very individualistic thing, and I think it is linked very much to artisanship, because it is so much of a person being fond of an idea and trying to elaborate it to the maximum detail and try to get something out of it. So I think this whole thing is getting very sexy because people are getting tired of living in a very uniformized world. And I think there are quite a lot of people who can be very happy because they are gifted, unlike me, in being able to create some things with their hands. And I think for them it is quite sexy, and I can see a lot of young people trying to find their way on this scene, and they're doing marvelous things. So I think it is sexy. What we can help with among us is really to try to help make their way easier, because they are there.
Okay, thank you very much.
I agree exactly. And I think that perhaps we still need some years or some time to get that, to succeed in doing that. But we will arrive in a time where blockchain will be really very important for any artisan, because his own product will be really very unique and so on. And that's just one of the technologies they can use. For example, 3D printing. We see with our jewelry artisans that the 3D printing is something that permit them to personalize a very small object, sometimes in a precious metal like gold, and to do a prototype before doing it. So that's can make easier many things that can...
Take the first steps, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So. Well, I don't think it's tradition or modernity. I think it's and modernity. I come from a city that is full of, ancient traditions, buildings, and probably is going to be one of the biggest hub of artificial intelligence pretty soon. So we are trying to connect that. In fact, in the creative part, we are implementing processes of generative design for artisans to choose among a lot of possibilities that a machine can give you within your parameters. So I think this is a non-real opposition. As long as young people know and are impregnated with their territories, their passion for the tradition, and it's getting higher. I can see that. I work with very young people at the university. I'm getting older, but they're always 20, which is nice, because I keep myself in the idea that I'm 22. So they show a fatigue in this digital perfection, and in fact is coming back to analogic photography, analogic audiovisual, analogic vinyls for music, analogic everything. They want to know about that. They want the imperfection. They need, because they haven't been in a world that things were imperfect. Everything was neat. In fact, we have the only cinema in the whole Spain that still is still not digital. And all the young people go there like to see this blurry, thing. So I think it's getting at generation level. I think it's not a harm. But if you see it at institutional level or the big programs in the European Union, and if you can read about the new European Bauhaus, it's all hope there. I mean, I can see they have put on top of the table a very interesting program with a lot of funding that all crafters should know about, because it's about that. It's about the smaller manufacturers, the smaller the digitalization, but with a link to the territories and with the link to the traditions where you come from. So I think it's the beauty of that is that it's kind of top of the table, I would say, right now. And there's a lot of young people willing to go into that sector. If we can do an effort to make it easy for them and to see that that is a way of living, not a way of surviving, then we will be successful.
Sounds great. And our last remark regarding this question?
You just asked what's sexy about craftsmanship. And I think there's 3 points. One is that you love what you do. And you never do the same thing over and over again because there's something new about it all the time. The other thing is you make your own timetable. You decide when you work. You can work 2 a.m. in the morning and then travel for the next week. So it's up to you. I really like to work. On Sunday evening, I always wait for Monday morning because I love what I do, and I've been doing this for 15 years now. And the third part is if you make a living on craftsmanship, then it's really a very happy life, I think. And what educational institutions and government can do is to help giving tools and skills to realize these 3.
Sounds great. Maybe I'll try something to do with my hands as well. You convinced me. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will close this panel discussion now. So I would like to very kindly thank you very much for participating in it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But before we let you go, we'd like to hand over a little present to you. And so I'd like to ask Mr. Kele János to please come to the stage and hand over the presents to our panel members. Okay, thank you very much for taking part. Okay, and please a big round of applause to our panel discussion members. Thank you very much for sharing your ideas and made yourself available. Jó, hölgyeim és uraim, akkor is visszaváltok magyarra.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I give you a little time to put back the translation devices. Rendben, tehát akkor, hölgyeim és uraim, hogy reggel beszéltük, hogy két része van
this morning I told you that there's 2 parts of this day. So in the first part we have the presentations and the panel discussion, and the second part is going to be about an opening of an exhibition, and we are going to start workshops. I really do hope that you have already signed up to workshops, and now let's open the exhibition, and I would like to ask János Kele, President of BVK, to open the exhibition of the conference. Thank you very much. I'm just thinking whether I should talk in English or Hungarian, but I'd rather talk in Hungarian. I've mentioned during the morning session that we think that the culture of readiness is the culture of hand is very important. It is one of the bases of our mental and physical well-being, and somehow the hand is an extension of your mind, the mirror of your mind, and this is why you have to pay special attention to your hands, even on a policy level. And in the other room, our exhibition is about that, trying to find answers to that. Hand is inspiring, and at the same time, it is also executing what you think. Your activities, the majority of activities are manual, and your hands are essential, and without hands, it is very difficult. Hands are the tools for making a living, and after a while forms received additional meaning and got to the level of arts. So this is what a cooperation between your brain and hands can do.
What does the future hold for us when this synchronization between hand and mind is broken? What if the hand becomes less capable? In recent years, we see worrying information if we want to answer these questions. Smart devices, the use of smart devices basically stop us from using our handwriting. The modern comforts of digitalization actually again stops us using manual activities, and it can affect the mental health even in generations where previously were only marginally affected by mental health problems. Fine motor skills are now not used as much as before, and that affects, for example, our orientation skills of dressing, routines, etc. We're using also our creative thinking less and less, and we're at a stage where basically we are early dementia becoming a widespread disease among the population is just a stone's throw away. What can we do just before we are alarmed too much? We have to get the right message to people. We have to basically represent the high level standard of artisan products. We actually have to make them understand the role of artisans throughout history, and also give them an opportunity, for example, to practice such crafts as hobbies. This exhibition sets out to represent the full spectrum of this world, for example, the rich traditions of Hungarian folk culture, urban artisans, and other representatives as well. They reflected to each other words, and they recreate the renaissance of the hand in the 21st century. So enjoy the exhibition. Thank you so much. And if I can just ask you to stay on the stage, we would like to present a small gift to you and give a round of applause to the organizers of the exhibition, Adrián Körtvényi and Orsolya Springer. Thank you very much. Thank you for creating and putting together this exhibition. And please come onto the stage. And we'd like to present a small gift to you. So once again, thank you. And we're looking forward to the exhibition. So thanks for everybody, and the exhibition will be open right now. Enjoy. And don't forget that we'll have the workshops for the afternoon, so those of you who signed on, the workshops will start at 2:30, one floor above us. So enjoy those two, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming here today. I do hope that you found the presentations helpful and you gained lots of information, important information, new knowledge with which you can return to your homes and use in the future. Thank you again for coming, and wish you a pleasant journey home, but don't go just yet. Come and see the exhibition and then participate in the workshops. So, and before I really let you go, can I just ask just to hand over your interpretation sets or leave them on your chairs. Please do not take them with you. Do not accidentally put them in your bags. So thank you and enjoy the rest of the day.